Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to play the monthly Crazyhouse arena. It's a 4-hour event of 5 plus 0. And well, we'll see how it goes. I played an OTB match today, so a regular chess, so I don't know how the switching
10,
to
9, 8,
Crazyhouse will go,
7,
but we'll see
6,
how
5,
we do.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Alright, there we go. Mr. Rogers to start. Let's try to have some fun and we'll see how it goes. I hope everything is fine with the sound, and I'm just checking up on it. Internet connection seems fine, so should be good to go. Got an E4, E5 here. Pretty standard stuff so far, and we'll see if he tries to come up with something original, not just knight f6. Thank you, Patidine. Welcome. Alright, knight g4, that's relatively new to me. I think I can just take the queen and take on f2 as well. And he'll probably try to get the knight somehow. Knight at g4 seems strong, but so far he doesn't have one. Let's go bishop at h4 guarding this square. Bishop at b6 probably coming, and then I'll go bishop or king e1, and this is my escape route. And I'm also threatening to take the knight here, and then knight at h6 with some checkmate strats. For example, if rook at h1, just knight f1, I thought. But now I see that he has takes and knight at e1. Oh, it's e3, so that's a bit of an oversight by me. Let's see if we can do something about that. I think I can get away with king e2 maybe, and knight takes, but it's rather shaky. But okay, otherwise I'll lose the queen as well, so at least now I'm forcing him to take with the rook. Yes, expecting bishop at g4. And knight at d4 next, or knight at f4. Maybe there is some knight at f6. Rook at g7. He can just sidestep then. Ah yes, I could switch. Is that better? Let's see. Yeah, it seems better, huh? That's a good tip, Patadine. Alright, he's got me in a bit of a tough spot here. Knight at f6. takes on g4, and then I'll have stuff covered. And if he doesn't take, bishop takes g6. Yeah, right. Let's go knight f6. I think it works. If he sidesteps, I'll just take the bishop. And if he takes, rook at g7, attacking the king and the bishop. So I'll take the bishop, and f4 and d4 are covered. And if he doesn't take and play king h8, then I'll have I'll have rook takes g4 as just explained. And if he does take, I'll have bishop takes f6 and queen at g5 mating. So I must say I didn't see this beforehand, but I just completely missed knight at e3. But now it seems like a good solution here. Yeah, he'll decide to sidestep. Then we can just take the bishop. And of course, it's still not safe around my king, but he only has a pawn and a queen to work with. And well, I'll have threats of bishop at f6, for example. Bishop at h6, also fine. He'll decide to do something about that, also threatening knight f4. So let's just get super safe and guard everything, and then try to get some attack going. c3 maybe even, since he only has this pawn to work with, which he uses now. I think I should be fine. Guess I can take with the knight and just run. Yeah, let's do that. Knight f4, just king d1 and king c1. Oh, he takes like this. Oh, that didn't count on that one. And now he wants to go knight at d4. So let's take with the knight again. So this is still an option. And now it seems like I'm safe. Let's see, his queen has no squares on the back rank, so I think it's pawn at f6 is in order now. Try to get something going myself. And as soon as he goes rook g8 and tries to defend it all, then I will be fine. I can just pile up on g7. Keep checking, put another pawn or a piece on f6 and then check again. And eventually a queen at f8 maybe, or a rook at the back rank, if he decides to go like this. So yeah, this should be winning for white. Let's see what's the quickest way. I think bishop at f6 and then pawn at h6 if he takes with the knight. And this is actually a common theme. You put the pawn on h6, and if the king moves back, of course there's queen at g7, but if the queen moves up and you have control of this g5 square, that's also mate. It's important to remember that one. Alright, won the first one, and not berserking yet. I may switch to berserk when the tournament progresses, but Well, as I just said, I just came home from an O2B match in regular chess, and so we'll try to take it easy in the beginning and then see if we'll speed it up at the end of the tournament. And if you're wondering, we actually lost 3-1. It was the cup final of the regionals of my region, and well, it was on paper it was a very even match, but they managed to beat us 3-1, and I personally lost as well. Let's go bishop at e6. Also thought about bishop at g6, but then now I'm also covering d5 another time. So if he tries to harass this knight, then bishop at e6 is a very good defender. And now probably knight at h4. Yeah. And try to get some attack going. Bishop at h3. I was thinking about sacrificing on f2. Maybe sacrificing on e3 is even better, because then if I take on h3, the king is still on e1 and knight f3 will be with check. So let's go here, attacking the queen, and the next move will be this one. Yeah, there we go. And I was thinking knight f3 at first, but maybe bishop at f3 is also good. He can try to play for bishop takes f6 and knight takes d5, but then this bishop is hanging, so he doesn't do that, or he didn't see it. And actually I would like to have my queen on b2 and maybe a bishop on c3, blocking the king's escape this way, and then I can play rook at g1, for example, knight at g2. All seem very valid moves. Alright, he might be going for it, though. Okay, this one. Let's see. Where do I want to put the queen? g5 seems reasonable. Hard to attack me on g5. Yeah, let's go g5, and also covering g7. Okay. Knight 3 trading queens, queen at d2, probably. Yeah, that must be good. Alright. Yeah, he had some trouble there on h3. Bishop at e6 was a nice defending move, but also preparing knight at h4 there. So far my play seems fine. Not experiencing that much trouble from switching from regular chess. Alright, let's go knight f6, d5. I kind of want to go pawn on d4, maybe. He'll take, trade queens. Well, that should be fine for me. Maybe bishop b5. Alright, he'll decide to sacrifice the piece. and then be on this one. So now this is hanging and this is also hanging. Let's see. Knight h2 or knight f2. Maybe knight f2, bishop c5, developing with tempo. Yeah, let's go. Hey Hercules. Yeah, I have a very nice score against Isaac. Yeah, if bishop takes, then just take the queen. And because my bishops are on the back rank still, I should be fine. Maybe queen h4 now. Seems interesting. Queen takes d5, queen takes here. Let's get a bit. Let's do some safe moves. If he plays pawn at d4, I'll just move back to e7 and try to develop. Alright, that's bold. Don't know if bishop takes g6 is probably nothing, and I'll even play knight at g4 first. So this attack should be nothing. Alright. Let's go queen d7. Guarding f7. Alright, he tries to trade queens. And then mate me on d8 or e7. But now we have forced him back, and okay, not entirely happy with my position just yet, but it seems good enough. Knight at c5 is probably something he is banking on. Rook takes h3 comes to mind now. Takes bishop at f2. The thing is, I don't have a blocker left then, so that doesn't work. Let's go sneaky. Let's go queen b5, threatening rook at f1. Trades, takes, and queen at f2 is made then. And also leaving room for bishop e6, for example, developing moves. Now maybe it's time for rook at h3. Rook takes. Bishop here, and yes, rook at d8 at the end. Okay, have to make a move. Starting to get into time trouble. Let's create some escape route for the king. Okay. There we go, finally. I went now because now rook at d8 isn't checkmate anymore, which is important, of course. But okay, it's still rather tricky. Rook at h8. I might I have to play king d7 then, since blocking he'll just take and repeat, and then he'll win material. Rook at f8 and knight at c5. I'm counting on being safe over here, and that my own threats are enough, but actually I don't really know yet if they are enough. It looks like a lot here, but I don't have any diagonals. But okay, I'm on c6. I'm relatively safe since the queen is covering the front like this, and the bishop is covering the back. So there isn't an immediate threat there. Right, rook at e7. If I step this way, you'll have a nasty check, so I'll have to go here. Knight at h7, and now I'm banking on just moving to h8. Because the knight is blocking any threats, and if he plays bishop at h6, his final piece will be dropping, so he can't block me anymore. Just for shits and giggles, yeah. I was actually happy seeing a rook at e7. On h8 I'm completely fine. Rook here. Because even if he moves the knight, there is still no mate threat. And maybe queen e2 in the next. Alright, now he's threatening mate, so we'll have to deal with that. Let's see. Running out of time as well. I guess we'll have to sack the queen. He gave me an opportunity here. It wasn't made yet, I guess. If he just blocked and went to h, I'll have to move fast though. Alright, we've got it. I don't know if the queen sacrifice was forced mate, but it was very tough for him, of course, defending that. And well, in the end, I was a bit loose with my time management, but managed to find the checkmate with some 0.6 left, I guess. Alright. It's actually nice, this 5.0 for a change. I'll have time to draw some arrows and explain some stuff in, well, then I'll have 0.67 seconds left to checkmate, so perfect. If if d5, then probably bishop f4, since c7 is something he'll have to look after. And now bishop e7. If rook g8, bishop takes here. So bishop e7 is was probably not the best move, because you really don't want to go bishop f6, g5. At least it doesn't seem good for him, since then he'll have to trade the bishop and g7 still is threatened. So maybe the best option is moving back, but that's counterintuitive and not something you would like to do. But I think he has to move back, and then I'll go bishop g5. Yeah, might be. It's a funny acronym. And now if he takes on d4, I can take back, and there is even bishop b5. And this is covered. And then the queen is on d4. I'll have to watch out for knight at e2 then, but the bishop is still on b5, and then I can take on g7, for example. Alright, this is maybe a mouse slip. I don't know. It's not a very logical mouse slip. This is just giving away too much, I think. Let's go bishop f4, bishop takes d6, and bishop c5 is my idea. Now queen at e8 is made, and if he takes here, I'll just take back, and then pawn g7 is huge, or pawn at e7 even. Alright. There are even ideas of that's actually a nice thought. If this bishop wasn't there, I'll have queen d6 and block, and then queen at g8 is almost checkmate, but not quite yet. So it's always good to keep in mind, if you can block these squares of then heavy on g8 and knight takes h7. Those smothered mates are very common in Crazyhouse. Okay, I guess we'll repeat. If knight back, then I'll take. Okay, he'll decide to go this way. And we'll just take all. Probably play the bishop somewhere. Next move. Yeah, and this is just over. Queen takes f8, rook at g8, queen d6 is made in 3 thread. And he doesn't have any attack, so this will be over soon. Right, let's go with the one I explained. Right, 12 points so far. LBRA is above me, and I am lagging is still at 100%. Let's see if any of the big Crazyhouse names are also playing. Chuck played a couple. But I don't see any of the really top guys. And as you can see, my rating isn't what it's supposed to be. I took a bad beat against Juanet, who was for some reason rated 2401 or something like that, and he beat me like 15-1. But okay, we're not here for the points, we're here for the game. If d5, I'll probably take. Okay. And if d5 now, then knight takes e5 is fine, I think. Let's go a6, takes d5, knight takes e5, takes e6. Okay. And then I can trade queens, and then his king is in the open. But he seems to be a bit scary of d5. But I guess it's the most principal move here. Because now I can just take on d4. Or he has to take with the g pawn, and allowing me something on g2, which I will try to use now. If he takes knight at g2, so I'll have to move back the bishop to c1, and then I'll go knight at g2 anyway. Right. I could also play bishop h3 first, but now there's also the threat of bishop at g2, and bishop at g2 was also a threat. So therefore I went this way. And now that he takes back, that should be easy mate, yeah. Seems like a good moment to resign. Queen at e2, queen takes c2. If he went to g1, there was queen e1, and then the knight from d4 came to e2. So it would have been checkmate in 3 or 4 moves. Right, won 5 games so far. Hope you are all doing well in the chat. If you have some opening suggestions you would like to see, then please share them. I'll try to mix it up a bit with b3 now. Let's go knight bd2. Maybe even castle long. Don't know. Seems interesting to not castle short here. Now h3, if he takes, I'll take like this, and then try to get something going on the g file. maybe knight e4. And it seems for now like a rather slow game. I'll try f4 at some stage to open up this one. And what is working for you, Hercules? Or you'd like to keep that for yourself? That's fine also. Knight at g5 may come next, so we'll have to do something about this one. One f4, yeah, should be good. Well, we could give it a go. I might give him h5 now, but knight takes e5 seems like a good counter there. Which way is the safest? Maybe even this one. Oh, let's go here. Takes, queen takes h3. That's very dangerous. I guess we shouldn't allow him to get at h3. Can take with the f pawn if necessary. Yeah, that seems fine. And maybe rook at g2 is even on. Also bishop takes g7. Open up his king. Alright, he decides to go aggressive, which probably is the best course of action. Alright, so we'll try to counter. Pawn at f3 is really annoying though. Ah, you're Marlon C. Alright. Yeah, I probably knew you said it before, but good to know. Okay, that seems like a free piece. And it's also opening the way to more kingside attack, so that's just a blunder by him. Let's go pawn at e2. He'll take pawn at f3, I expect. But I have this pawn at h7 and bishop at h4, which I'm counting on. Now knight at h6. Yeah, right. That's probably made the connection somewhere in my in the stream somewhere. But anyway, it's good to have you watching. Yeah, the capital C gave it away. I may have called you Marlonk. But with the capital C, it's kind of like Mel C, maybe, if you if you like that. Let's see. Where is the mate? Bishop at g3, rook h1. Not Ali G at least, no. Well, you would have had a nice opening sentence then every time. Ali G is in the house. I think I watched that movie like 10 years ago or something like that. And you have to be in a certain mood to enjoy that kind of movies. Yeah, nice one. Let's dance a little with the queen. Probably not the best way to go, but alright. At least I made him use his pawn on g4, which is now on freeze. Knight e3 probably is the best one. And then I'll have to go queen. Yeah, where do I go? I think queen d6 maybe. Okay. Well, maybe he would like to ride the queen stance. Bishop takes g7, bishop takes g4. Seems like a good trade for me. Because then also this is on. Oh. Gotta watch out though for massive trades, and then he'll attack me on d7. So maybe I shouldn't trade the queen that easy. I kind of want to go pawn at h3. And then rook g1. And then pawn at e4 maybe. Seems tricky though to open up the bishop. Could also go just go e6. Knight e3 is a threat though. Or threat, it's a move at least. So let's go knight f5, deny this opportunity. I missed bishop takes f3. That's too bad. Bishop takes f3. If the bishop takes, then I could have taken the knight. If the pawn takes, knight at g2 and take this one. But okay, we'll move on with our original plan. Let's go rook d8 and guard d7. Okay, this just screams for pawn at h3, castling into the attack. So why not? Now, for example, takes and knight at h4 is nasty. If he decides to cover with something, I'll just play pawn at e4, was my plan. And now I'm really happy that I played rook d8 since d7 is now guarded. So it's safe to trade queens and then see where we go from there. I might even want to go knight takes f3 here. Seems risky. But alright, let's try it. Looks nice. Yeah. Figured he wouldn't take my queen. But that leaves us with the opportunity to save it. If bishop takes, then pawn at e4 probably. And if queen takes, I was thinking pawn at g4. Yeah. And this knight is actually doing a very good job of defending g2 and also trying to get some play with maybe pawn at e6. Mainly his task of defending g2 is very important. Alright, let's try to keep up the pressure. Okay. I think he should have kept on defending, covering twice at least. Because now I'm in, and or maybe he can defend this, but I'll doubt it. But even if he had a defense for a few more moves, then his king would have been on h3 or something, and well, that's just plain bad. So I think overprotecting g2 was in order there. Maybe rook g1 or h3 to be able to move to h2. Just plain bad, yeah. But alright, I guess we all make mistakes. It was actually a very nice opening by him. I think if he played knight e3 sooner, he would have been in the driver's seat there. Seems like I'm lagging is avoiding me, or at least he's, well, I see his pause button, but then afterwards he's again playing. So well, God may be an exception. I don't know. That's debatable, maybe. Depends on your religion. Yeah. Nice. Trying to get in on f6 or d6. I don't know which one I like better. And I may have to go with the bishop. so that he doesn't have queen takes e5. Let's go bishop at d6 and then knight at c7. Witch of Eastwick. I don't know that one. Is it a book or a movie or something like that? Is it on Netflix is always the important question. And although I've sacrificed material, it's very hard. A classic, so then I should have known it. It's very hard for him to defend against this. But alright, he's managed to get some sort of safety. Let's make him use a piece. If he places it on d8, then pawn at c7 is good. And I probably have to do something about this threat on pawn at f3 and then trade and bishop at e4, which is probably his plan, or maybe even his only resource. Knight c7 is also an option. Yeah, let's go knight c7 first, because I don't think he can ignore this knight takes e8, rook takes e8. Let's take. Yeah, he'll take there, of course. And now we're just going all in. Alright, seems like good plot. Okay, I have in this game I've overstepped my well, I've just sacrificed anything. He should be able to convert this, but well, in these situations it's hard to find the good defensive moves. It's not the most easy task. Queen takes d6, maybe coming, pawn at h6, pawn at g7. Right, now I'll have to take on a e5, otherwise knight at e5 was too strong. Let's see how to proceed. Knight at d8 comes to mind. Let's just do it. Pawn at h6, if he takes, then I'll have knight takes f7. And the good thing is that he doesn't have checkmate. If king g8, I'll take the queen. If king f8, I'll play pawn at pawn at g7, and then promote with check if he goes to e8, and if he goes to e7 I'll trade queen first, and then queen at d6. He decides to go up. That probably should lead to checkmate, or at least winning more material. Just repeat, and well, practically the same plan, only now I don't have that many pawns left. Let's see. Yeah. Because then I really needed a checkmate now, and well, now I can just think about it for a while, and if I don't see anything I can just make a few moves and still be safe, and that's always a good thing. Alright, I think I'll have this. Seems convincing enough. He can't go up, so he has to go back, then trade queens and go queen at f8 or h8, and then something like this or something like this. Yeah, if takes, queen at h8, queen takes f6, and pawn at e7, pawn at f7, or first pawn at f7. And he did. I have a pawn left. I didn't need that one. He just sacrificed it. So there was mate all along. Right, it seems like he's not playing at all, but it would be nice to play the one player who is on at the top of the table with me, so we can decide who will get the earliest lead. And well, if he is cowardly or not, I don't know, but I think you should always try to play against better rated players if you have the chance, because you can only learn from that. And well, maybe you're not playing chess to learn, but well, I'd like to think that I could still get better in this game. Alright, this opening clearly went to his side, it seems. f3 is even an option here. Yeah, he went for it. Right, we may have to get dirty here. He's not accepting it. I was hoping for c3 and pawn at c2 stuff, but even then it's not clear. But okay, now at least I made him move his king. Let's castle. And accept the fact that we're going to be a piece down. If queen takes g4, probably pawn at b5. Yeah, couldn't take with the queen due to knight at a7. So I'll have to move here soon. Hey, Dobeka, yeah. Okay. What are his threats? Pawn at b7, maybe bishop at a8. Because I kind of just want to go pawn at e4 and take here. Or bishop at h5 even. Yeah, let's go bishop at h5. Maybe he'll take this one, which he doesn't. And I think this is fine. Maybe double up. He can just play pawn at f6 then though. Knight at d1 is also a funny option to entertain. Yeah, that seems actually there may be pawn at b7 and queen takes d8. That's not nice. Let's go rook f8 first. And then put knight at e1. And the point is that if he takes and then takes the rook at f2 is very dangerous. Maybe it's not mating yet, but I believed it to be at least a great chance. And now if he takes, if he plays pawn at b7, I can just sidestep and there will be no queen takes d8 with check. Right, he decides to believe my threats. So now rook at f2. Seems winning. King h1, pawn at g2, promote. And if he moves back, knight at g1 and here. Right here. Let's. If he moves to h1, there's pawn at g2. King h2 promotes a queen, knight at f3, and then rook h2 is made, which is also very pretty. Okay, nice comeback that game. Yeah, that's Dutch for back to tournament. I have my stuff up in Dutch. Maybe you can learn something. Here also the menu. Maybe. Some people in the Netherlands say that we we could have owned America, and well, we traded New York, or we, the Dutch people, from 400 years ago, traded New York for we say Suriname, but I don't know if that's also the English name. I guess so. Maybe we should have done that. Shouldn't have done that, but alright. Okay, what is this opening? H4 seems fine. Yeah, let's just go H4. He'll have some play on the light squares, but nothing much. Sorry about that. And I also have King H2. Yeah, lots of Dutch stuff still in New York. Brooklyn is also a Dutch village. And Harlem, of course. And probably a lot of references still there. But the most words that you'll find from the Dutch language in another language are the are nautical terms. Like starboard and for instance, those words are Dutch. And apartheid is also maybe the most used Dutch word in the world. Not something to be proud of, maybe, but we say backboard. I don't know. Well, maybe it's starboard and backboard, but alright. And we don't say star, but we say stuurboard. Well, it's clearly. Yeah, are those really Dutch words? I don't know. I'm not that good at etymology. Right. I guess in this game we've both kind of got what we wanted. Or at least I think he did. Yes, in Cookie and I don't know if the English said it earlier, but okay, Sinterklaas is of course true. If this in this game there's this pressure on G7. If he takes a few times, then bishop at E5 is annoying. Let's take here and go pawn at F6 again, and then take on G7. Alright. I guess that's possible. Let's just take the queen. This doesn't look right. Pawn at H6, I guess. Yeah, should be enough. It can just take and mate on H6, and he only has a few knights to cover this. Yeah, He had to go knight f5 now, and then even there maybe is even a queen sacrifice to mate. So yeah, it was over. Right, last time he got good out of the opening when I played e6, so let's mix it up now. Let's go this queen a5 line. And he has played his knight on c3 now, so bishop at g4 can't be met by knight at e3. Let's go safe by pawn e6, maybe knight at f4 at some stage. But first we'll just develop. And this position would have been way better if he had this knight still in hand. Then he could have used it on f4 and something like that. But now I feel pretty confident that it should be good for me. Let's go bishop d6 or e7. Let's go d6. If b4 I can take. Now castle. Probably d4 will come. But when he plays d4, my intent is to take on f3, and then he can't cover. So maybe he'll play d3 instead. And then I'll maybe go pawn at f4, blocking his pawn at h6 stuff. Or go knight d4. Trying to win the queen. Or trade on f3. Yeah, that seems fine actually. And if I'll be able to trade this knight, that's another defender that is not participating anymore. Let's go knight at e5. If he decides to take, then I'll take with the queen, and there's some mating threats. And if he goes to f3 or g3, there will be knight takes c4 or knight takes d3. So I'll have to move back, and now I'll have the option to move back my bishop or play knight at d4. Or play pawn at f3 first, and then knight at d4. Yeah, let's go that way. Then knight at d4 is even more forcing. Could also have played knight at d4 first, and then he'll move back, and then pawn at f3. But then he'll have the option to not take on f3, but cover g2, for example, or play g3 himself. And now I've forced the situation. And I don't think it's advisable to take on e5, but he does anyway. Let's take here, and then take on e5. A knight will come in handy. Knight at h2, for example. And also queen takes c3 is actually fine. Alright. Knight at h4 and queen at e1. Yeah, needed to find the mate there. Knight at h4, king g3, queen at g2, and then pawn at or bishop f6 was made. Okay, 40 points. 1 hour and 15 minutes into the tournament. Ominous is also playing very strong. We're not there yet. Alright. Let's start berserking some games. Try to extend the lead. Alright, let's go h6. And there is this bishop takes h6, g takes, and pawn g6 line, which is fine for white, better even, but you'll have to know it, and I was counting on my opponent not knowing that. Which is of course risky, but sometimes you have to deviate from the main lines and try to get positions where you're just playing and not exchanging opening variations. And try to see who has the best knowledge of some sort of opening. And that's of course a statement from someone who doesn't like to study openings, like me. Probably takes, and bishop at h4. Something like that. Alright, he doesn't take. Let's go king at h7, I think. Getting away from this pin. And then play something on g6. And as long as I don't trade many pawns on, he'll don't get in via the light squares. Take back with the pawn, rook g8, maybe an option next. And if I took back with the queen, maybe knight at h or bishop at h4 was annoying. Okay, let's place some pieces around the king. And while also looking at h3. He's actually playing this very well. It's hard, this e4, e5 structures. They're hard to grasp. There's so many tactical possibilities. Yeah, I think I should be fine if I play this one. He can take, and then I'll take back and take here. And the knight is covering h7. Which is of course very important. Otherwise bishop at g7 or bishop at g8 and rook at h7 would have been made in a few moves. And I also have threats of my own with queen f2 as a very basic threat now, but also knight takes h3 maybe, rook at e1, knight takes e4. I'll still have to watch out for that checkmate here though. His knight takes knight f7 was a very nice move. I actually missed that one. Knight f7. If he played that, and well, if I take here, it's probably fine. The only move. Then he has some discovered check, and if I take it with the queen, there was some sort of mating sequence. But alright, didn't happen. Let's move on. Yeah, you probably missed this smothered mate threat. Let's see if I can get my thoughts back. Knight at f7. What was I thinking? Ah yeah, I was thinking if I take with the knight, which seems the most logical option, then there's rook at h7 and knight at f6, checkmating. And I thought that was pretty. Knight at f7, rook at h7 takes, and knight at f6. Right. So I shouldn't take with the knight there, of course, if I know there's that checkmate. But then it seems like he would have a nice position. Okay, the first berserking went all right. Let's see. Mr. Rogers in the top 10. GD Howard also playing Crazyhouse a lot. LBRA. Don't know this RC66. Chuck at the 10th place. Alright, interesting. Allowing me to take this pawn. But I don't think I want it just yet. Maybe I'll go bishop h3 first and threaten something here. Now it seems like a wise decision to take, since there's also a threat of taking e5 now. And b7. I could have moved the queen back, but then he would have knight takes f3 and knight takes c2, and maybe it's even it's fine, but this bishop check is also covering. So that's nice, a nice thing to note. The defensive checks seems like a weird concept, but keep it in mind. Deep in the hole, yeah. Shared some games with him as well. Alright, so now he wants to go here, and also here. Queen e2 maybe. Yeah, queen e2 and bishop c1. If queen e7. If not queen e7, this one is hanging. Could also go this way. Trade queens. So now he can't castle anymore, and I can, and I have this safe setup, which you have seen before if you watched any of my streams or my games for that matter. I like this kind of setup, and usually it's very safe. Threatening rook takes here. Let's go pawn at c5. Maybe bishop at c7. And I'll take and repeat. And now there's queen at e7 threat. Oh wow, I just played it anyway. I thought I just totally missed this pawn here. Alright, that's a weird oversight. Funny thing is though, it seems I'm still safe. So let's just call it a brilliant way to checkmate. Alright. I don't know if he probably could have defended that better, but it seemed like my position was that good that I could just give a queen away. It was totally unintentional, of course. But well, that's a good thing that you. Well, it's not a good thing that you blunder a queen, but then checkmate in a few moves after. That's of course very nice. Alright, FMW is in the top 10. Let's see, 142 players joined. Not many. Right. Not a lot of big guns late joining so far. As I quickly scroll through. Music is a vaccine for math. Do I think so? Well, in the first place, why would you need a vaccine for math? But then, alright. Music is a vaccine for math. I don't know what to think of that one. H3 probably next, or just take knight at e4, queen e1, and then h3. If now h3, then I'll take on d4, I think. So knight takes e6 first, and then queen e1. And if he wants to trade queen, I'm fine with that. Queen e1, knight at h3 might be annoying. So maybe we'll have to give him this pawn. Yeah, let's go on the counter attack. And actually, it's not so easy here. It's a good thing that he used this knight. Now I can play here, and h3 is not a problem, because he would have had knight at h3 and then take on f4. And if I trade, there's this threat here. So I probably messed up the move order in the beginning. Yeah, this pawn, that's fine. This rook is still hanging. Let's take it. If he takes back, maybe bishop takes c7 and pawn at d6. Yeah, let's go for it. Maybe knight d6 even. And then takes on f7 and then here. Interesting as well. Let's go knight at d6, see where he wants to go. If he doesn't go to f8, this is just a free pawn. And otherwise there may be some pawn at b7 even, and then rook at c8. And at least I always have this knight takes f7 and pawn at d6. Yeah, let's go there. Trade a knight and then knight here or there is a strong threat. And he'll be material up, or he's already material up, but well, he has some holes he has to cover up. I'll have to keep an eye on my clock though, since I berserked. Let's see, he might try something over here. But I think if I can make a few moves, takes e7, knight here is very strong. Alright, let's take here, threaten this one. Knight at d6 and knight at e5. Probably bishop at e5, yes. And then we'll repeat. And try to trade a knight somehow. And it's good to note that he can't go to g4 because bishop at h5. Alright, he missed that. And that's not only a free piece on g4, it's also an extra defender around my my own king. And also an attacker on this one. Okay. Probably we'll see another takes and knight at c4. Alright, not. Then I can get in on e5. If king f6, probably f4 or something like that. Since he doesn't have a bishop to place here. Yeah, let's go f4 and try to get in at this square. And also bishop takes g4, knight at g4 is something to consider. h4 next. And the problem is also that I can take this knight and then I threaten bishop at g7 if he allows me to take this bishop. Alright. This is mate, I think. Yeah. Right, 55 points. Almost a 20-point lead now. About 2.5 hours to go. Let's see who we get next. FM Dabi. Alright. Let's not berserk this game. As you can see, I've lost a few times against this guy. Or girl. Don't know. opting for this bishop b7 system. And the idea is to play h6 and then c5 at some point. And white's plan is to remove this bishop and play e4, e5. And well, it's kind of a matter of who comes first. And now it seems I have the knight e4. And well, he'll have pawn at e5, which he plays now. And now I really want the knight. If I can play knight at h3, I have checkmate. If I can trade queens after. So let's try to get a knight. He might go pawn at g6. Alright, he goes pawn at c6. Now my mate threat isn't that real anymore. Alright, let's take the knight. And castle. Don't really know about this concept, but we'll see how it goes. I was thinking maybe knight e4 and takes on f2. Seems interesting. Since there's this fork pawn, if I can place a pawn myself on f2, that will be very nice. And for now I'm safe here. If he can play pawn, therefore h6 is an important move. It does allow some pawn at g6, but that will take a few more moves to get concrete threats. And if he has a queen in hand now, and he could have played pawn at h6, there's already this threat of rook at h8 takes on g7 and mating patterns. And now it seems like I'm a bit earlier. If he trade queens, that's fine for me. And if he plays some move like queen e2, we'll see what I do. Maybe I'll block here. But at least I'll have some initiative. Let's go knight at e4. g4 wasn't really an option. If he moves back, I'll win the rook. Let's see, I don't blunder any mate, I think. No. And now threatening rook at g1 and also to take the queen. And after rook at g1 there's also, or after if he removes the bishop for example, there's also knight f2, knight h3 ideas, which are very strong for me. Yeah, he might try rook at h8 and then some knight at g6, but I don't think that should be enough. Alright, let's see. If I take, what does he have? Yeah, I should take. Otherwise there would have been knight at g6 or something. Alright, so he'll block the threat of knight f2. Seems reasonable. Let's cover. And if he takes, then I'll take back with the bishop. And there is g2. And now knight f2 is a threat again. And pawn at f2 is also very strong. Oh, there was, yeah, there wasn't mate. I thought I had mate, but the knight was pinned before. Alright, let's go pawn at f2. And rook at g1. And he can't take with the rook because of knight f2 mate, so he has to play like this, and then rook at e1 or g1, depending which way it goes. And this rook at f1 is a nice touch. If he takes with the king, then queen at f2 is mate, and if he takes with the bishop, I'll have queen f2 and takes, and knight f2. Otherwise he would have blocked, and I would have had knight g3 and queen here, queen g2 also, but this seemed easier. Right, happy to take that game. Was a nice thematic game. Some concept in the opening there with which I said to be important, and they turned out to be. That's always nice, of course, if you can show some understanding. Let's see, did I play this guy in this tournament? Oh no, some other tournaments. Alright, let's just play the normal e4, e5 line. King h8 is a move, I guess. What do I have to play here? Knight a4, I think. Try to take this bishop, and then bishop at h4 or bishop at e2. Also vacating the c3 square for c3, for pawn c3, so knight d4 is no longer an option. Sorry about that. Caught a bit of a cold this week, and probably talking isn't the best medicine. Knight takes, queen h5 comes to mind. And then knight d5. All looks very interesting. Yeah, let's try that. Because I think he has to block with knight at h7. Yes. And now we'll try to arrest the queen again. And then maybe we'll be able to pick up this pawn. And otherwise I'll just accept my losses and go like bishop g3 and give him the initiative back. Can I take this one? I really want to take this one. Yes. And queen at g8 is my... Am I thinking? Yeah, queen at g8. This is nice. No. Alright. I thought if I have a knight, then queen at g8 is very nice. Because then knight e7 is made. But I don't have a knight. So it doesn't work. Alright. That's sad. Okay, let's go bishop g3. Need to watch the clock. Bishop at e7 maybe next. Also have to watch out for my own king. I thought I had a knight and then there was this checkmating sequence, but actually now he seems relatively safe here. But okay. So am I, since he might try knight at h3 and then I'll take, and then I have this mating idea. If he takes back, and yeah, also expecting this move. But now I think I should do fine here. Since my king is doing fine on h1, he doesn't have a knight to put on h2 on f2. But now this queen at g8 is a huge threat. I think it's, yeah, let's go for it. Alright. Would have liked if he took with the king, because that would have been a prettier mate with knight e7, double check, king h8, knight e6. Alright, that's berserk. d3 a bit passive by him, allowing this early pawn at d4, giving me an extra piece. We might reroute it back to here. Also knight d5 is now an option. So yes, he decides probably correctly to move back. Maybe pawn at d5, but then I'll just take twice and try to get in here. Queen e2 maybe. Alright, he decides to go this way. Bishop at a5, pawn at d4 probably. And building up pressure here. Queen e2, I'll just block. Alright, now I can take on b4 next. And he still can play queen e2, not losing his queen. That's actually a good move, I think. Covering c2. But knight f4 is something to be considered. A knight at f4 even. Let's see, how do I want to proceed here? Maybe knight at b2 is also fine. Gotta watch out for my time though. Let's go practical. Pawn at h3 next and take here is my plan. So probably rook g1, yes. And then how do I want to do this? Let's just take and go bishop at g6. Get some safety. Maybe we'll sacrifice the exchange. Right, I guess he doesn't like that one. Go for g7. Maybe e5 next. Oh, sorry about this. e5 next, knight f4. Get on this pawn. Alright, let's try it. He may sacrifice. Alright, he doesn't. Yeah, knight f4 seems so tempting. He'll take my bishop, and I can take his pawn here. Yeah, let's just go for that. I'll even have pawn at h3, being very strong as well. Let's opt to play that one first. If rook g3, then I'll take here, or a rook anywhere. Now knight e2 takes f3, for example. Knight g3, does that work? Let's just go pawn here. And take here this one. Do I take this one? Though. No, I have to watch out for d7. Let's promote and take with the knight. So I'll always have d7 back to be safe. And now I'm threatening queen e2. Now threatening knight at d3 and takes the rook. At some moment, he of course is now covering, but okay. Let's just win the queen. Make sure that if we have taken the queen, then I'll still have a mate in a few moves threat, like so. And I guess the only move to defend this is knight at g3. And what do we do then? We'll take the rook maybe. Yeah, I guess that's enough. Take the rook. And bishop d3. Make sure he'll can't run here, and then rook at g1, queen at g2. Oh, no worries, Hercules. Good to have you back. And always good, good to donate points. Makes other people probably feel good. Alright, it's on 69 points, which is probably funny. Okay, let's see. Still on 100%. But last time Chuck managed to beat me a few games, so let's not berserk against him. try to get a good game. He wants to trade and then go knight e4. Seems reasonable. So how to deal with that? I could just ignore it, but that seems a bit careless. So let's go knight at g5. And the thing is that if he takes and he'll try knight c4, that should be alright for me. Okay, now go take here and then castle. Because if he trades a bishop now, I have bishop at g6. Now also threatening here. And he doesn't have a blocker. I can try to make use of that. Let's see if we can get in. Pawn e5 maybe. As soon as he gets a pawn, he'll place it here though. Most likely. But alright, let's still go for it. Try to stay aggressive. And I'm happy to trade queens here because I'll have queen at f8. Which I thought is very strong. But he can't just play king g7. Wow. That's that would be ice cold. But alright, let's make him do it. He doesn't go for it. I think he had to play king g7. Seemed like the only move. But now this is just plain bad, since he allows me knight e5 and pawn at f6 probably. Queen at g7, also nice. Yeah, Chuck missed some chances there. He punished my my move order there in the beginning, which wasn't very strong, by pinning this c3 knight. And I thought he was just being very cool and play king g7, but queen at e8 was just a blunder, losing the game instantly. Let's go knight e4 and d5. And a quick bishop g4. Maybe bishop b5 is better there, don't know. Let's not give him a second chance. And go f6, e6 probably. Yeah, it seems fine. Maybe we'll have some trades next. Let's go to f5 and then g6. Keeping an eye on this e4 square. And also maybe if I want to be very aggressive, I have g5. But for now I won't go g5. If he takes with the bishop, I'll probably put a pawn on d5 again to secure this this diagonal, and then go bishop e7. He may, if I go bishop d6, he'll have pawn at e5 since he has this pin here. So therefore bishop e7, and then castles probably. And we may see some aggressive g4 at some stage. Alright, I'm happy to trade this bishop and try to get in on f2. let's see. Let's go pawn at d3 first. I don't have enough material to sacrifice on the dark squares. So let's just poke a bit and see how he reacts, and then maybe we'll sacrifice material. All right, this is probably good for him, winning this one. Let's go pawn here and queen g7, not allowing any pawn at h6 stuff. And if he steps to f1, if he steps to e1, g1, probably bishop at f2, and otherwise I was thinking pawn at e4, trying to get this bishop out of the way. Alright. I'm one pawn short if he runs back this way. He can, he's safe on e1, but then I'll cover g7, and it's very hard for him to defend, so this seems wise. Let's see. Let's cover first. And then maybe take on e5 or play knight a5, denying him this retreat. Try to open the file for the rook, since he will be safe. He's trying to get safe over there, but now the file is closed, or open I mean, and this will be mate in 1. Bishop at a2, can't run to here, so and that's actually a good point to remember. Sometimes when you don't have a lot of material, try to not check your opponent, but see where he might want to run to, and then deny him that escape route, as I did in this game. Alright, basically against this bishop b7 line, it's usually a good thing to try to play for an early d5. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Maybe I did it a bit too early now, but we'll see. Bishop d3 maybe. Yeah, let's go bishop d3. Yeah, and then knight here, covering and also attacking. And the queen is almost trapped already. g4, bishop f1 maybe. Don't know if I really want the queen though. Let's just go pawn here, and then pawn at g4, so no holes in my position. He can take this one, and then his queen has a square again, but then I'll also threaten to take here, and well, he goes for it, but it doesn't seem wise. And he may intend to play bishop at c6, but then bishop at b5 is this counter pin on the king. And if he takes on b5, I'll take with check first. And now I'll just take the bishop, and now the queen is still on. And the queen at h7 is mate. Okay. 83 points. Still undefeated. But almost 2 hours to go, so let's not dream of an undefeated tournament. Well, a boy can dream, but let's stay focused. Alright. Unusual opening. Whoa, this is bad. I just gave him a piece for free. That was a small brain fart. But maybe we'll get some compensation. For example, now where does he move the queen? Queen f4 probably best. Alright, he decides to go back. Alright, let's go aggressive. I already lost some material, so I had to go pawn at e3 first, maybe. Okay. Let's not dwell on our mistakes. This game is very sloppy. And if I win this, it won't be deserved. Yeah, that's good. He's denying me trades. Right. Let's try to trade queens. There's when you're playing sloppy in the opening and you're not totally lost yet. I'll usually try to keep on going. Queen at f2, just go to d1. Maybe there's knight takes d5. I'm just a pawn short, maybe there. Right, let's just go for it. And if I had another pawn now, I would have had checkmate even. But alright, we don't have ifs. Let's go pawn at d2 and see if he makes a mistake. If he just takes on e3 and gets totally safe, that should be the end of it. But okay, for example, if he tries to attack and gives me a knight to work with, there are all kinds of threats And just to go back, if I had another pawn, I had pawn at f2, queen at e1, takes with the knight, takes again, promotes, king takes, pawn at d2 was the pawn I missed, and then knight at f2 was made. So already even in situations where you're down a lot of material, there's still chances. But okay, now it's time to resign. Couldn't take the knight on d5, knight at d7. Alright. Jinxed myself again about talking about winning all. Alright, Trammel 2 is betting for me to get 150. We'll see about that. The beat the beat just beat me and takes him on. Knight takes f2 and knight g4, and I should be fine. More now than that I have when you have your f1 bishop or f8 bishop developed, most sacrifices on f2 aren't that dangerous, since you always have this retreating square on f1. Let's take with the knight, otherwise bishop at h6 would have come with tempo. And now I was attacking this knight on g4, which he obviously missed. And queen takes g7 is now on, knight at h5 is a threat. Alright. Let's take first, and then take here. Or just take here immediately. Alright, I'll take immediately. If I take first, then he would have had bishop at f6 now, and then maybe some chances to defend. And now it was just an immediate resign. Yeah, big mouth strikes again. Do you have a book of quotes lying around somewhere, Hercules? It's impressive. Right. Hazar. Perfect score against him so far, but very strong player nonetheless. And probably in some of those games I swindled a bit. Let's see if he also goes for takes on e5. Seems like a principal way to fight this system. I may hang knight takes d4. That's careless. Knight c3 first. Knight takes d4 takes with the queen, knight at e2. So I had to go knight c3 first. Yeah, maybe I probably used the German German way of saying it. Schwindelen. The Germans have some they have some terms in chess which are well known, I guess. I don't know if Schwindelen is one of them. But Zug is probably something you know, and Zugzwang, also German. Let's take on d6 and pawn here. Make a few trades, and this queen will be loose on d6. So expecting him to take twice, and then I'll go bishop at f4, attacking this guy again. Then maybe rook e1. Knight takes d5 will be in the air then. Yeah, so tough decision for him to make here. Also knight at e4 is interesting. Let's go knight at e4 instead of bishop at f4. Because if he takes with the pawn, of course I win the queen. And if he moves the queen back, then I'll have knight takes f6. And he can't take on f3 or anything, because I have this immediate mate threat of queen at e7. If he takes. So he has to retreat with the queen, and then maybe bishop at d6 or bishop at f6, depending on where he goes. I think queen d8 is probably the best move, but queen d8 also runs into knight at d6, knight takes b7. So maybe queen d8 isn't the best. Queen d7 runs into knight at f6. Yeah, I like the knight at e4 better than bishop at f4. Turned out good. Queen c6. Alright. Let's see how to proceed. Let's attack the knight, I guess. Or go knight at d6 anyway. And question him, where do you want to move your king? It's also nice that he can't castle anymore after this. And if he moves to f8 or e7, for example, there will be bishop at d6 and taking this guy. So I guess I can take here now. And if he takes on e4, then bishop at d6 takes e5, and then threats on g7. And maybe knight a5 back, attacking the queen. Or even knight d8 if he takes on e4. So yeah, practically speaking, this position is hard for him to play. Also, since if he takes on f3 next move, I'll just take back with the bishop, and will be completely fine. Let's go pawn at g6. He can't take because of knight at e7, and then take on e4. Maybe take on g7 first. Yeah, he attacks my bishop. Probably knight at h5 is good. Oh, okay. Let's trade. This I thought this was the only piece of him attacking me, so I thought he had to move the king. But alright. He decided to trade. Let's not trade queens just yet. Maybe. No, let's do it. My king is safer than his, so trading queens is fine, I guess. But now knight takes e6, rook takes f6. Just blasting his king side open, and he didn't have any threats yet. Alright, Dabi getting a bit closer. Stringing together a couple of wins. The other guys in the top 5 taking a break. Okay, then Crazy Horses. Don't know that name. Let's see. He's quite a new player, or a new handle. It's also possible. Let's respond with d5 and bishop f5. Alright, he will go here. Let's see. I don't really want to go bishop d7. But maybe I have to. Yeah, let's not overthink this. I should have played a6 first in this this particular line. But alright. Let's not dwell on the past and try to create something. This a4, I don't mind. Ah, he wants to go this way. Alright. Trying to go for f6. And then my queen will be available to help guarding the king side on d7 or e7, for example, which is usually the way to go in these d4, d5 structures, because then you disallow a piece to land on e5. Same goes for white. His knight would have been better on e2 and pawn f3 now, for example. Because now maybe we'll trade bishops, and then I'll go bishop h5, and it will be annoying for him. Probably bishop at e2. And then we'll start to build up the pressure against f2. And maybe a6, try to trade here. Yeah, let's go for that. Thanks for following, Robson. Alright, this is actually a nice move because I was threatening knight here and bishop here at the e3. So he spotted that threat and responded to it, but now I'll have this fork on this pawn. Okay, I don't really know what he wants to do with this rook here. I guess I'll just go for knight takes f2 anyway then. I thought he used it for defensive purposes, which I really liked. But, well, maybe he had some plan over here. But for example, if knight at c5, I just move the queen and this pawn. It's fine. It's not that important. And now I'll take on f2. Threaten mate on h1 and also threaten to take the queen with check. And you can't cover both threats, so alright, back at 2400. Maybe I was at 2400 even around this game, but that's good. And also playing fine these last 2 games, 3 games. Alright, LE02. Playing c6, which is usually not advised, but right, maybe it's possible. Let's just develop and see where it goes. Now I'm thinking queen g3 and e5. Probably. Maybe castles first. But that seems like a plan to go after this pawn. Maybe I allowed knight h5 there. But okay, let's cover knight h5 and then go bishop h6. Or e5 and pawn at h6. My queen is actually doing very well here. g6 maybe. But then he'll always have to worry about some pawn at g7, rook at h8. I'd like a knight on f5, so therefore f4, trying to make him trade knights. If bishop at c5, I'll just sidestep. And then I only need another knight to mate. And also there's f5, f takes g, for example. Yeah, it's hard for Ellie to make a good move here. It's not completely lost for black. And materially speaking, I think we're even. But it's just hard to find a plan here and to deal with this knight at f5 threat. Knight takes e7. And alright, that's one threat to deal with, so pawn at e7 is fine probably. Pawn at e6, but then pawn at g5 comes, and what do you do about that? These holes in your position are just staring at you, asking you how do you want to defend it. So therefore I think white is better here. okay. Let's go f5. Maybe takes and knight at e6 if he takes with the f pawn. And there's also a pawn at g5 and f6 as an option. And the nice thing is that he only can take this pawn on f5 for me, and he can't trade any pieces. So although my pieces around the king seem a little loose, he doesn't have any pieces to attack them with. Right, let's go f6 now. If he takes, there's knight at h5. Can even take first like this. Yeah, let's go that. Let's do that. He can take back, of course, but there's only rook at g1, and then I can play king h2. And there's even bishop g5, which is also a fine move. Maybe I'll even go bishop g5. It may be stronger even than knight at h5, since I've forced the issue. Right, he goes king takes. Let's see. Bishop g5. Let's not overthink this. If he takes, then I'll take the queen with check, and now I'm threatening mate in 1. Alright. Dabi still around 20-25 points behind me, also winning all his games. So can't afford to drop a game against or one game should be fine, but if I play him not twice and I lose twice, it will be a tournament again, or a battle for first place. And now it seems fine for me. He has to play knight c3 here, or takes, otherwise I had knight takes e5. Alright, I guess I'll trade. This seems a bit too soon. If he had another pawn to place here, that would have been totally fine. But he doesn't, so now I can play rook g8, and if he sacrifices material, that's fine. But it won't really hurt me. Since he only has a bishop to do something. And I'm threatening to take here, and knight at f3 is also a big threat. Moloko. What do you mean with Moloko? Do you mean the Russian word moloko, which I believe is milk? It's a band. Ah, yeah, alright. Is it the Russian one? I'm proudly showing that I know a few Russian words. Been to Belarus 2 times. Bishop g4 coming and piling up on g2. Probably queen d2, and then I guess I can take here and play pawn at h3. Creating some threats of knight f3. Ah, they're from Sheffield. Alright. I guess I can take this. I think he could have played rook g1 and allow this, but then of course he would have lost the right to castle. But I don't think there was another option there. Let's see. The best way to get in. I think pawn at g2 just wins some more material. Right, he wants to go pawn at d7. That's fine. I'm covering it a lot of times. I'll just take back with a knight. And bishop f1 takes h3 can be it. Let's go pawn at f2, threatening queen e1. Rook at c1 and take this one with check. And then bishop at c3 should be made, or even bishop at a3 and queen c3. Alright, happy to beat Howard in what seems to be an easy game, but he allowed me this stuff on f3 to happen, and then it was indeed easy. But well, we had some great fights before. And he managed to beat me twice, as you can see. Right, Celadorn again. Knight f3, knight c3, g3. Have to play knight c3 a bit earlier. If he goes knight c6 and bishop g4. Maybe I'll go bishop f4 if we go bishop g4 to stop any of that e5 stuff. Right, knight b4 could be a threat. But alright, let's allow knight b4. Don't know why, but most of the time people don't play it. But I would like to see what happens if I sacrifice this rook on a1 and then play bishop, have some fast developing moves. Because although you of course trade your pieces and then can place them again, even then developing in Crazyhouse is still very important. Yeah, it's the air is not the most clean, I guess. But when I was there, I did notice a lot of people cleaning up leaves for a job, which is not common practice in the Netherlands. Yeah, probably. Let's take on c6 and then take on d6. Or play bishop e5. I don't think he can take on f4. I'll just take the queen. Probably isn't enough. And the point of this taking d6 is that then he won't have much defending pieces left. Yeah, I should go to Moscow somewhere in my life. When we went to Belarus, we had some plans. I went there with my parents when I was younger. We had some plans of going to Moscow, but you need a lot of visa and those kind of stuff. It was back in 02, I think. 03 maybe. But so we didn't go there. I don't know if it's easier these days though. It may be. But traveling through Belarus was through the border wasn't easy. We had to wait for like 7 hours at the border, I think. It's not easier, yeah, I figured. The bureaucrats must have something to do. If he takes, then knight h5, threatening the queen. And if he doesn't take, well, we will never know what I thought. I hadn't figured it out yet. I figured he'll take. Now go. Knights here, yeah. I was thinking about some crazy stuff, but knight here, knight at f6 is just mating. Bishop at g7 and queen at h6. Yeah. I guess. I was only 10 or 11 when I went there, but I noticed my dad probably bribed some people to get the line going quicker. or at least our car. Whoa, that's not necessary, I think. Nightbot. I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that, Hercules. Yeah, I'll put the caps thing off. I guess I can reach that. Yeah. Should be fine now. But okay, in all that, and now I'm facing a difficult position. Against the Nubian. Yeah. Yeah, it's on there. We'll see when I have the time. Probably after studies. I'll get some traveling going. Pawn at f4 seems to trap the knight for the cost of a pawn. But now this knight on f5 is also hanging. Alright, that's alright, that's okay, that's just a pawn he can no longer use, so I'm fine with that. I guess we'll take here and then take on e2, or take on d4. Let's take on d4 and then take on f2. And let's trust our instincts that this should be a mate somewhere. Alright, I see Grandmaster Yasser Cyrowan is joining. Good to see him play again. Alright, Sauce Boss, who managed to beat me in weekly last week, I think. He was very pleased with that, if I remember correctly. Let's try, try this queen e2 instead of d5. Let's go e5, bishop d2. Maybe queen g4 next, if knight c6 for example. Maybe he'll take. Oh, he goes queen g5 himself. Alright. I guess I can castle. Could also play knight f3 and rook g1, which seems also fine. Could also try f4 maybe, but that seems a bit unnecessary. Let's just castle and see what he wants to do. If bishop at h3, I'll just cover with f4. Attacking the queen. Right, he wants to go knight at f4, I think. So we shouldn't allow that. Or maybe we can, but... Alright, well, it seems like I have to allow it. And go queen f3. And try to counterattack the queen somehow. But he will be able to win my queen if he wants to, with bishop at g4. Probably. Bishop at g4, queen e3 is fine. All right, it should be fine for now. If I can get bishop at e3 in, for example. All right, let's ask. Let's make him block or move the king, which is always useful. If he blocks on c6, then I'll take on e4. Now I'm attacking the queen. And if he trades, I'll take once, which I have to, since it's check. And now maybe knight at f6 is strong. Yeah, I guess knight at f6 is fine. And it's time to counterattack. And mainly because queen at d7 is always hard to deal with for him. Right, let's just make him move this way. And I've just enough pawns. If he moves back, queen at h6 is mate. If he moves to g6, there's also queen at h6 probably. And some mating pattern. Well, it isn't clear to me yet. But there probably will be mate there. Let's see, queen g6. Or king g6, queen h6. King here. Alright, this runs in queen h5. Into queen h5 and pawn at g3. Queen g6, I didn't see the mate yet, but should be there. let's go for this h6 g5, which I saw the finisher play last a few days back. Don't remember his opponent though, but he seemed to getting fine positions out of it. Maybe knight take here is in order. Yeah, let's go for it. I have to watch out for this knight at h5 though. Yeah, we'll go for this one, but that's just a free piece. It's funny how that goes sometimes. The bishop was just on g7, but it's so far away that you completely lose it and just think, well, okay, knight at g7, then he goes king d7, and I may have some knight takes e6 stuff, and then there's just bishop takes g7, and you think, well, what was I thinking? Alright, LBRA is just going all in now, but he has little material, and I'll just take all his attacking pieces. Yeah, and he resigns. Right, winning some quick games. That's nice. Let's switch it up a bit with c4, d4. Oh, well, this is just not paying attention. Lol, I was in my usual regular chess. I play this sometimes, but of course, forgot about knight at c2. But alright, it's a challenge, being a piece down. Yeah, strong move. Let's go bishop e3, and king d2. And see if we can rectify this this opening mistake. Yeah, this is just already game over. Knight here is actually checkmate in a few moves. Don't know what I was thinking there. Yeah, just playing my regular chess moves, I guess. Yeah, well played. Good finish by him. Alright, but you'll have to forgive me. 3 hours of play and also an OTB game today. So the little mistakes, and the big mistakes are slowly getting into my game. And the reason here why I took on b1 is that he doesn't have any blockers, except for this bishop, which he has to had to retreat. And now there are all kinds of pawn at d2 ideas. Yeah, let's just go for it. That's not pre-move in case he takes with a b1 knight. Alright. Let's just keep taking stuff with check. Knight takes e5. It's almost checkmate, I think. If he goes up, yeah. If he goes up, g5. Otherwise, here I could have taken on b1 and knight c3. Alright, happy to get back into it. Dabi still winning. But I've managed, I had a few quick ones in this streak. So, still comfortably 20 points ahead. And I noticed he just finished this game, so we'll probably get paired. And then this game I really have to focus. Since if he wins this, he'll be on a streak and I won't. Then I can't afford any more slip-ups. Alright, but I'm perfectly happy with this pawn at g4 and takes on f3. Knight takes d4, maybe pawn at e5 is good here. Trade some, if he takes on d4. Yeah, let's at least deny him the possibility of sacking on g3. He can take d4, of course. Alright, he decides to sacrifice. He'll probably sacrifice again on f3. And that's actually a little annoying. Let's make him use a pawn to block on c6. And then bishop f4. And if he goes c6, I'll have some knight at c7 maybe. And now he had a pawn less, so taking on f3 would have been less threatening. And he indeed goes knight g6. Now I'm threatening to take here at knight at h5. So maybe pawn at e7, yeah. Seems like a good move. Alright, but now we have this situation that there are no pieces in hand. So we need to make a good move here. Let's go rook e1. It may since maybe there will be some knight takes d5 in the air if he takes like this. But he might consider taking with g-pawn, which seems fine as well. Alright, but now I'll go knight at g4 and try to create some knight takes d5, knight takes f6 strat. No, I would never went to Ireland. Or to the United Kingdom, for that matter. And now, I think, knight takes f6 and pawn at d7 is dangerous. Let's see, how do I want to proceed? Knight at c8, yeah, I think. Gotta keep the pressure on, and if he doesn't take, I'll play pawn at e7 and trade this f5 knight. Let's go with check. Rook at d7 probably is mate. Rook at d7 takes. Knight takes f6. Yeah, let's go for it. I don't see the way to mate yet, but I know I'll have knight takes f6 with large threats, and if he moves back there will be a queen at a8 and pawn at d7, and I can take the rook with check. So even though I don't see the mate yet, I know that I can get safe with checks, and then I can look for the mate. But now even there's just an easy mate with trading and pawn at c8, pawn at d7, and rook at c8 or e8. But that's actually a good thing to try if you are low on time and you think, well, I don't see the mate yet, but with this move I can trade some pieces, get my king safe, and keep checking. And in this case there was a mate, but in some cases there isn't, and then he only had a knight on f5 left to attack you, and you think, well, okay, I should be safe there. I'll make a move, threaten checkmate then, and then you should be able to make a lot of moves in little time. This does allow knight takes e4 and pawn at d2. I think I have to go for it, because after a retreat of the bishop there is still no checkmate threat, since this knight on c6 is covering here and here. So this should be alright. And the point is that he can't move to f1, and if you move to e2 there would have been knight takes c3. Because now bishop goes back or takes on c7 and then knight e4. And then he covers on d2 and then queen at b2. And the initiative is on my side. Also, and something at e3 comes to mind. Alright, he covers. Alright, let's just take here. He'll block with the pawn, and then I'll take on d4. Alright, he blocks with the bishop. Then I can take it. Yes. And go knight at e4 and queen at d2. And then bishop at d5. If he decides to take the knight. Okay. The B also lost the game. Oh yeah, that was against me. Lol. I almost forgot about that one. Alright, so I should be able to cruise to victory. Maybe even get to that 150 points. Well, I should get to 150. It's only 13 points more. Alright. This is a very tough opponent for me. I'm so Dutch, how come? Fake modesty, maybe? Let's go rook e1. d5 probably at some stage. My vocals. In one of my first streams, somebody said I had an Australian accent, and I couldn't believe it. That seems far-fetched. I should have a thick Dutch accent. Let's go pawn at e5 and maybe take here pawn at f6 at some moment. Knight takes d5, also a possibility trying to take some pawns. Alright, he decides to go aggressive. And then knight at g5 maybe. Well, let's just take and see what he wants to do. I didn't like the side of knight h2. Could have gone knight h2, knight g4 as well, instead of sacrificing the piece. But now the rook g4 seems interesting. Rook h4 even in some lines. d6 is weak, so I don't mind this sacrifice. He might try queen d5 though, but then also rook g4. Alright, he wants to get in on this one and also defend. And if we trade all here, he is knight at e2 at the end, so we have to worry about that. Let's take on h6, also getting this rook into play. And we'll probably win the piece back with these pawns, or we get an attack going. And I'm fine with either. Now, for example, pawn at e7 next is hard for him to deal with. So he'll probably opt to sacrifice the queen. And then I'll go pawn at h4 and pawn at g5 next. So seems like a fine sacrifice there on h6, getting some chances. And again, it's it's hard for him to get any counterplay going, since my king side is completely fine. Yeah, I think I can even go bishop takes c6 here, and then pawn at e7, leaving my king a bit exposed, but the threat of rook at to take the rook and then rook at g8 is too strong, I think. Yeah. He might even consider not taking back this bishop. No knight in hand is no threat, yeah. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's just move back, I think. Could also take here. And then pawn at f6. Yeah. Seems a better idea to keep creating mating threats. Alright, let's block. Maybe he'll play rook at e1. That's rook at e1 and takes wasn't that easy for me, actually. Hello, Mango Carson. Let's see. This position has slipped a bit. Yeah, rook at e1 may come next. And I don't like that. Let's defend against that. Queen at d2 even. Ah yes, he wants to get my knight. Alright, let's give him the knight. And go bishop here. Win the queen back and then try to get in on g7 somehow. This runs into knight at f5. Okay. Let's let him take, and then he'll go knight f5, and then we take this one. I'll leave the knight at g2 for now, because I need to create some threats against g7. I cannot allow him to defend that endlessly. Okay, now at least we have this an entry point. And he'll probably sacrifice some pieces to get out of it, yes. But alright, now we're getting into it. At last. Takes on g7. Bishop g8, maybe. But anyway, it was made in one. Happy to beat such an opponent after 3.5 hours of play. And he probably late joined. Let's see where he is. Ah yes, he's over here. And usually when you late join, you and you get into the top 10, and you have the same level, it's more likely the tired player will lose. Alright, Tremel 2, who betted about an hour ago then that I would get to 150. So he may lose on purpose. Help me reach my goal. Yeah, let's just check. Must be good. Yeah, he decides not to take it. Bishop b5. Nah, not yet. Bishop b5 isn't good. Let's just go f3 and try to get in on e6 maybe. He'll probably play e6 himself. Oh, he doesn't. Alright. Then we should be good. e6 was fine, I think, and then bishop c5, but now he doesn't have the option of bishop c5 left. So I should be able to get some pressure. Take with the pawn. If he takes like this, then knight takes f7 is on. And now pawn at e6. Trade a bunch of pieces. And try to get in on g7, then f7. Rook takes f7, bishop at e6, for example. And now I'd really like to trade a knight. There we go. So knight at e6 will be an option. Alright, he sees that threat, so he goes back. But now there will sometimes be d6, unleashing this bishop. Let's go d6 now before he can close the diagonal, since I'm also threatening to take here. Knight at f5 seems good. If he takes, I'll take the rook, and rook at g7 wins the queen. And if he moves, then probably bishop g5 or bishop at g5, trying to create more threats. By trading knights, and we'll see. Maybe knight e4 even. Let's just try to remove defenders and get in attackers. He may be thinking about queen c5. Then probably bishop at f2 is fine. Alright. He goes that way. Allowing this. And well, bishop takes f6 is on. And knight at e7. Yeah. Knight e4 even. I guess knight e4 is even better if he takes. Knight e4 if he takes here, then knight at f6 wins material. And if he doesn't take, I can take the rook. If he decides to cover the rook, I can take the rook and continue attacking. Bishop at b6 or d4. So trying to get something going, I can just sidestep. So yeah, I mean, this is indeed a winning position. He's probably dead, yeah. Right. Thank you, all 21 of you who are still viewing this. Good to have you here. Rook at g7, probably. And knight at f7 wins the queen. And then queen at g7 is just impossible to deal with. I can even go queen. Let's go pretty. And knight h6. He doesn't allow knight h6. That's too bad. I'm usually on the team of allowing your opponent to checkmate. If it's not too much, if it doesn't take that many moves. I think it's prettier than resigning 1 or 2 moves before the checkmate. Alright. Nubian again. Let's see. Let's go bishop at h6. Try to deal with this threat that way. Because he doesn't have any pawns to interfere with. And if queen e2, then queen e7. Or pawn at d2 first. Probably pawn at d2 first, and then queen e7. And now I made him use his knight, and now I can go queen e7, and then I can continue developing. Since he gave me those 2 pawns in the opening. Let's see, how did that even happen? Ah, yeah, he took on f6. Alright, so that's the reason I have 2 pawns in hand. Alright, queen c3, trying to take here. I think I can play knight at e4. And he can't take there, because then I can trade queens. And now pawn at d2 will become a threat. And knight takes d5 runs into pawn at d2 also. And probably checkmate then. So now he has to move his queen, I guess, and then maybe bishop takes e3 and continue attacking. Or knight c6, try to trade this bishop. And then bishop at d2. So the opening worked out well for me. And you can see by the amount of time he is spending that he also has sees there's some troubles in to solve, some problems to solve, I mean. Right, he goes queen d3. Let's go bishop takes. And pawn at d2. Keep it simple. Keep attacking the queen, trying to lure it away from the defense of f2. Okay, now since the queen and king are on the forking square c3, I'll try to get c3 free. Maybe there was also knight takes d4 and knight c3 anyway. Okay, but this seems fine as well. Winning some more material. Since the bishop has no squares left. Let's go queen a3. Threatening to take here with checkmate. And the checkmate then is bishop at b2 and rook at c1. Alright. Let's threaten the queen and still threaten checkmate. Now also with bishop at d2 instead of bishop at b2. So the same rook sacrifice. Alright, he decides to go back. And that's GG. And that's 150 points. 151 even. Alright, 25 minutes to go. Getting tired, but we'll try to we'll get there. I can't guarantee that the games will be as good as in the beginning, but we'll finish the tournament. Right, UTF. This is always exciting. Or will he make a move? And some players, they wait till 2 seconds and then make a move. Make their opponent think that they maybe they won't move. Alright, And now I sort of got a nice variation of my usual stuff, since he let me play h3 for free by going bishop h5. Let's see if we can take advantage of the fact that his king side is a bit scattered. I don't think so just yet. Let's try to get in via f6, take on e5 and then play pawn at e5. And then maybe knight at g4, building up the pressure against f6. I could also have taken on g6 and then repeat with knight at f4, but then he had bishop at f7, and I'd like to take on g6 when it's good in a concrete way, when I have a concrete way of winning a forced line, a forced win of a piece or something like that. And I didn't see it just yet. I might take next. Yeah, now seems fine, because then I can take on f6 and knight at e6 is possible. And also pawn at e5. Let's go pawn at e5 first, see where he wants to go. Alright, now he goes to g7, and then I'll have the option of taking on g7, putting a bishop on f6. If he decides to take back. Or even if he doesn't. Alright, let's see if this is I can just take. He doesn't have any die-X, which is important. Good for you, Hercules, that you beat this guy. Now I think bishop at f6, just blocking and winning soon. Knight f5 is a threat, for example. Bishop at e6. Yeah. He can even take my queen, that's fine, since there are no entry squares. And now it should be made soon. I think even queen at g8 is made whatever he does. Let's see if he allows the checkmate. Queen at g8 takes, rook at h8, rook at h7 is what I am seeing. All right. He left. FMW stopped the chase. So I think it's safe to say that the tournament is in the bag. Let's see how many games we can get in. Would be nice to play Yasser, maybe, if that's possible. Let's see. Is he? Oh, he's already on 14th place. So maybe I'll get a pairing with him. And I'll try to get a match with him. Well, not this time. I'm getting tired, but maybe in the future. Alright, Berserk. Let's see. Let's go Queen D5. Try to keep the pawn structure intact. Right, let's take again and take with bishop. Thank you for following your boy Mushai. Don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but anyway, thanks for following. Let's go Queen. It's made it a bit easier. Right. Another win. And well, we're getting to well, close to 200, which would have been totally awesome, but well, the two losses made it impossible to reach that. Alright, I always find this a very nice move to play if they decide not to play d4 immediately, since it disturbs the development. Let's not go too easy about this. Let's go knight at f4. Threatening here. Rook g1, then he can't castle anymore. If he castles, I'll take. Alright, now we I don't want knight takes c6 and bishop at b7 stuff. Just playing it easy. Could take on g2. And then take on f3 and knight h4. But then he could take on b7, and d7 is weak, so therefore I decided to just go back, threaten here, and then try to continue developing. Which seems fine, since I'm a piece up. Or even 2 pieces up, I think. Yeah. Right, he wants to take here, which I guess I should allow, and try to get some counterplay. Maybe I can even go bishop d7. He can take b7 then. Let's not think too long on this. I have allowed bishop at b7 stuff now. That's a bit careless. Let's go rook a7 to stop, to at least have the option of taking on b7 if he goes. And this is fine for me, since b6 is covered, and he doesn't have any knights to poke me with on e4 or c4. Alright, he is threatening now to take on a7 or g7. Maybe I can counter with taking here. Yeah, let's go there. And then maybe even castle, just giving up the rook. Since his king is rather stuck in the middle, and I'm my king will be safe on g8. Right, he decides to make it a trade. Let's first castle and then see how we can finish it. Since his only threat would be to go there, like he did. But now we can just pile up on f1 and he actually can't cover f1 anymore, so he has to move this one. And now knight at g3 is made. Alright, Mersubov. Maybe the last 2 games, probably the last 2, depending on how fast we go. Probably knight at f5, then I'll trade, alright. No, knight at f5. Then here seems fine, take stakes, rook e1. Alright, he doesn't take back, then knight at h5 and threatening on g7, and knight at f6 is also annoying. Let's go knight at f6, winning the queen or the rook. Let's take the rook and take here. threatening pawn at f6 and already almost mate. Bishop at e6 probably runs into pawn at f6 and pawn at e7 stuff. So already a very hard position for him. And I sacrificed a lot of material to get here, but again my king side has this well known safety for now. If you were paying attention, you should know by now that this is a very safe structure, and maybe even with the pawn on h3. Yeah, now maybe a good time to also talk about a bit about upcoming streams. I intend to stream the Elite Crazyhouse Arena again coming weekend, and I also have I'll probably have my 1-0 CWC match soon, also probably this weekend. And in the following weekdays I probably won't have time to stream, but maybe I'll stream some. But I can't say it yet. But if you want to get a notification or support me, then please follow the channel, and then you'll get notified if I start streaming. So probably in next weekend you can expect some streams. Excited to play Burp Cow in the 1-0 CWC. We'll see how I'll do in the fast time control. Don't know why Musubov isn't playing. It's just he might be disconnected, but just letting your clock run down. Well, I guess it's right, but it's not very sportsmanlike. And there's this obvious queen takes d8 and queen takes e8. Yeah, you could say it like that. Sorry about that again. Alright, there we go. 4 minutes to go in the tournament. Probably one more game. Maybe we'll get Yasser. Alright, we don't. We get my Diaf Shiari 63. Let's see if we can end this game before the tournament clock runs out. Oh, well, that went easy. 5 more games like that and I'm on 200 points. Alright, Brett Sinclair does want to play. Let's play e4, e5 and bishop e7. See if he wants to play this sacking line. Right, he goes for d4. Knight f5 is the way to go here. Oh, sorry about this. To take on g7. Okay, now I can play d6 safely. And castle. And I still should watch out for pawn at g5 and pawn at h6 stuff. But I'm relatively safe. Arrest this knight so I can take here. Yeah, the bishop should really stay on c4 in these lines to create some threats on this diagonal. Let's just move back, and if he takes, this knight will be attacked and we'll trade some pieces. But at least I'll have d5 covered. Okay, he decides to go that way. Then I can take here, I guess. And play knight at f6 and trade there. Ah, I missed that one. But at least I had pawn at e5 left. Maybe bishop at c5 and knight at g3 ideas. Yeah, he tries to get in on the light squares, but I guess I'll just allow it and go king h8. He may go for knight at g6 and knight at f7. Right, he doesn't do it just yet. Let's take on f2 then. And pawn at a3. And as long as he doesn't have a rook or a lot of free moves, knight at g6, knight at f and takes, and knight at f7, I should be safe here. Winning some material now. Don't know which is the best move here. Because I'll follow up with some knight at g4, bishop takes f5 and pawn at f2 threats. So I don't know how he wants to go. Maybe queen e1. But okay, I'll just take then. Taking a lot of time. I think in these cases you just have to be practical and play a move. because there isn't any knight at g6 stuff, so just part with the rook or part with the queen, and then move from there. Because now it's just now I'm even up on the clock. Thank you, Hercules. Let's go here. And bishop d4 seems to be enough. If he had taken, but he decides to not to move. Now he has a rook, so I have to watch out. Maybe this wasn't what. Maybe this rook trade wasn't the way to go. Because now he has all kinds of threats. And I thought a bit too lightly about this. Let's go bishop d4. And knight at h4. Covering against knight at g6. Let's finish strong here. Okay. bit too cocky there in the end, but alright. Managed to win the tournament and played a few nice games. And well, happy to play this last one, and it was alright to get a bit cocky there, since 60 points ahead. That's nice. Alright, as I said, probably some more streams next weekend, and I'll let you know when I play a burp cow. You can actually follow this thread. Let me see. There's this one nose. Yes. If you're interested in following these Crazyhouse World Championship, go to this team and follow it, and then you get some notifications for the pairings. I think even there's also this well, sorry about that screen. This brackets. Let's see if there are some interesting matchups coming up. Jan Lee, of course, won his first game. And probably the matchups in the middle of the pack are very interesting. Yeah, this John Stocky against Dove Busses, for example, already a very tough matchup. Garnek Mathis is also very close. Fumitox already won his second round game, and I'm all the way down here at the bottom. And if you get to this stage, there will be a candidate stage, so I'll have to win 2 more matches, and everybody except Fumitox has to win 2 more matches, And then there will be candidates where you have to play 20 games against each other, or 40, at least some number of games against each other, and then we'll see who is the best 1-0 player, 1-0 Crazyhouse player. Alright, I'll leave it at this. Thanks so much for watching, and do follow the stream if you want to get notifications for more content. Thank you.